Onlar ses kapalı mı?
Abla ne getirdin? Kahve mi?
Bu arada ufak bir hatırlatma daha. Süreden dolayı soru cevap olmayacak. Dediğimiz gibi e, herkes kendi zaman diliminde konuşmasını yaptıktan sonra ben çok kısa bir kapanışla veda edeceğim. Ondan sonra da zaten programdan çıkacağız. Katılımcılar, çok özür dilerim. Tekrar merhabalar. İrfan Bey, PowerPoint sunumla mı konuşmamızı daha doğru istersiniz yoksa doğrudan konuşma mı? Arzu ettiğiniz sunum şekli var mıdır? Hiç fark etmez Mehmet Bey. Yani süre dediğim gibi herkeste yaklaşık 12'şer dakika falan olacak. Siz o süreyi nasıl kullanmak isterseniz, hangisi sizin için daha rahat ya da etkili olacak? Katılımcılarımız genel itibariyle bir sunum var mı? Yoksa ben de uymak isterim. Hani sunum varsa sunuma uygun davranalım. Yoksa da konuşmak da bizim için gayet uygun.
Sunum bizde var.
Sayın Işın Su Başkanımız da var anladığım kadarıyla.
Bende yok. Ben yapmayacağım.
Tamam Murat Bey, tekrar size
İrfan Bey hazırız,
Merhaba.
başlayabiliriz.
O zaman hazırsak başlıyoruz. 8. İzmir İş Günleri kapsamında İzmir Ticaret Borsası
On the due to the 8 İzmir Business Days, we are all together with you within the scope of sustainable agriculture and food trade opportunities and challenges, and we're going to be talking about the competitiveness in agriculture and food trade, and it's organized by İzmir Commodity Exchange. And let's try to remember what has happened in the past. And I'd like to look at that history from two aspects. First one is the global developments in agriculture and food, and especially at the beginning of 2020, the impact of pandemic was seen and every sector was influenced, and agriculture and food sectors were impacted as well. And of course there are many lessons from that period that we should be taking, and also food preservation concepts started to be seen, and as time passes this goes on. And of course the food crisis has also disrupted the balance of the food balances in the world. And after the war, the agriculture has become an element of foreign policy as well, and food security concept has become really significant. And the natural gas prices and the prices of fertilizer have become the main titles of the new period. At least the figures tell us that. Yesterday, as you all know, we had some increase in prices of electricity and natural gas, because this is also going to cause create a pressure on the prices, the natural gas, the war. And I hope the war is going to end soon, and I know that it's going to end soon, but the global climate crisis will go on. So if we do not do our homework properly, we're going to be feeling the negative impacts. And what has happened in Turkey We know the effects of the pandemic in the world and in our country, but of course Turkey has its own unique problems as well, especially the high prices of input. This is still a big problem, and we woke up with the price increase in natural gas and electricity, and also we're going to see the reflections of them in the near future, and also agricultural prices index. When we look at the producers index, it's nearly 28%. So in an environment like this, the food inflation was like 95% by June. And the prices in food is still going on to increase. And also, yeah, we have a growth, and it was an unexpected one. But of course, the qualification and quantification of that growth is really important. But in the agriculture, we have 9% of shrinkage. And before the broadcast started, I looked at some figures, and we have the exchange rate of 18.7 to 22. And in agriculture and food sector is not any sector. So the figures, when we look at the numbers and everything, it is a vital, and it's a matter of national security, and there are risks in itself, and there's a great potential and opportunity as well. So if the structuring and the incentives and the support policies, if they are implemented correctly,
Ses gelip gidiyor.
I mean,
Bilmiyorum, ben arkadaşlarda da aynı şey. Sesinizde
there is a
sorun var.
problem in the sound. Okay, it's much better. The sound is much better. All right, so shall I start from the beginning, or shall I just go on from where I left? Okay. So within this structure, we're going to be focusing on some titles as the competitiveness in agriculture and food trade, and the impact of agricultural technologies on it, and the importance of the farm to fork value chain and rising food prices, and green transition in agriculture and food trade, and the impact of it on the sector, and socioeconomic, environmental, ethical dimension of agriculture and food trade will be focused on. And who are we going to talk about them? I would like to introduce my panelists. We have 5 guests. From İZMİR Commodity Exchange, Chairperson Işınsu Kesterli is with us. Welcome, Işınsu Hanım, Ms. Kesterli. And also from the Republic of Turkey, Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry, General Directorate of Plant Production, Dr. Mehmet Hasdemir. İzmir Metropolitan Municipality, Head of Agricultural Services Department, Şevket Meriç. And from Bursa Chamber of Commerce Industry, Vice President of Assembly, Dr. Murat Bayezid. And our last guest is from Manchester University Senior Lecturer, İsmail Ertürk. And without further ado, I'd like to start, and I'd like to ask our guests' views on these headlines and titles, and what's really good about that is that we have guests from different sectors, from different aspects, so it's a very good chance for us to see the big picture from their views. And Işınsu Kesterli, I'd like to start with you, Ms. Kesterli, and I'll ask my questions. In agriculture, Russia is a prominent figure in the world with the war going on, but Russia has a different history. Until yesterday, they were a clearly importer, but now they are exporter. And so Russia, where is its position? Because you can see the difficulties and the potentials and what kind of roadmap we should have. And as the commodity exchange, what do you do? Yes, the floor is yours.
Borsası aile sevgili tanıdım. Öncelikle bir anı paylaşmak istiyorum. Ziyaretimiz Berna'da sohbet ettiğim hayli deneyimli bir ziraat mühendisi aynen şunları söylemişti. Türk çiftçisi dünyanın en büyük kumarbazıdır. Ailesinin tüm varlığı ve ne ekleyeceğini tam olarak emin olmadan ne kadar ürün alacağını, kaç lira kazanacağını bilmeden toprağa gömer. Böyle bir risk hangi iş kolunda vardır? Haksız değildi doğrusu. Tarımla uğraşmak, toprak başı başına bir bilinmezler silsilesi. En büyük zorluklarımızdan birisi uzun vadeli bir planlama eksikliği olduğunu düşünüyoruz.
Now, it's one of our problems is the lack of planning, and in Turkey we have a great potential. Is there a problem in the sound?
Zaman zaman bir kesinleşme oluyor. Kopukluk oluyor.
In fact, as the trade surplus, we have a trade surplus in agriculture, and we're trying to increase the numbers. And in order to do that, we are trying to look at the good practices in the world. And Russia has realized in 2014 the importance of agriculture. And from that year on, they have developed and improved their agricultural policies, that they started to produce the products that they used to import, and from seed to fertilizer, with local resources, they started production. And they used all the possibilities of the technology. And from 43 billion dollars, their imports went back to decreased to 29 billion dollars. And 8 years ago, in the trade of agricultural and food products, they have a surplus of $7 billion. So I think we should have a roadmap like this. And animal husbandry and agricultural share in Turkey was 5% last year. And this sector has the employment rate of 17% in Turkey. And it's generally women employment. And we're talking about that it's an important employment of the women in agricultural sector. And the food prices increase, and we can see that. So all the sectors, related sectors, should work on agriculture and food.
artan göçün maliyetlerini bir başlangıç noktası olarak kabul etmeli
And
ve
Turkey
fırsata çevirmek için kollarını sıvamalı.
has to put some efforts to turn this crisis into an opportunity. So we need to
Günü kurtaran
change that,
köklü bir
and we
reform
should
var.
have a reform.
Ortalamada 52'yi aşan tarımsal nüfusun yaşının
And the average age of
üretimde teknoloji
workforce in agriculture is 52, and this age should be younger, and we should design the planning accordingly. And technological instruments should be supported and employed. And the economic activities that might cause the deformation in agriculture should be eliminated, and the Green Deal should be prioritized, and the insurance policies should be reformed. In summary, in agriculture, animal husbandry should be worked on to make them more sustainable. Even the potato seed, 90% of potato seeds is imported. So the food prices go up because of that. And the energy costs, controlling energy costs is out of our hands, but we should take them into consideration. And yeah, I talked about the challenges, but it doesn't mean that we are not focusing on the opportunities. And as İZMİR Commodity Exchange, we have a history of 131 years, and we are a living history. We had all our challenges, but we worked for our opportunities. And within this challenging time, as the commodity exchange, first we are trying to determine the problems, the challenges, and we are in collaboration and cooperation with Ege University. And we had a report, and the result from the report says that we need to have collaboration and we need green energies. And this directed us a new objective, and this directed us to İzmir Technological Center. And in Menemen International Research Center, it's going to start its activities there, and it will have a living lab. And okay. And we had our own objectives there. And we are going to work on the climate crisis, and the losses caused by the climate crisis will be made up, and the water resources will be saved. And within this project in İzmir, we are going to have regional, international R&D center. İzmir will become an R&D center. And the production technologies will be used, and also our experiences will be used as well. And we are trying to create an ecosystem as well. So İzmir is going to direct the agricultural and food technologies, and also we have some agricultural-based organized industrial zones, and the clusters will be created, and it's going to add values to İzmir economy. And with the support of the ministries, we are going to have investments on the organized industrial zones. And the advantage that the clustering will bring will also increase the production. And these organized industrial zones are Dikili, Bayındır, and in Dikili greenhouses, Bayındır flowers and Kınık plant production will start, and then so in Aegean region, the exports of the agricultural products will be increased. And we are foreseeing a $10 billion of exports in Aegean region. And we had an olive oil panel with the international experts' participation, and the contribution of them will have a value on the sector.
And I would like to give you an example within this regard from Italy. So in the trade of olive oil, Italy has $1.6 billion income, but Turkey's import income is just $135 million. So that is really a big difference between the import rates between Italy and Turkey. And also another outstanding example is in wine making. So there is really a big difference in terms of the export values between Italy and Turkey. So therefore we need to have more investment, and therefore we established a foundation, and its name is İZMİR Commodity Exchange Center. The main objective of our foundation is to provide some trainings, gastronomy trainings in agricultural trainings, and also in the related sectors we aim to develop, and also that we try to provide sustainability in agriculture, and also the brand making of the agricultural products is also another activity of ours. So this Borsa, together with İZMİR Commodity Exchange, it's also one of the entrepreneurial firms that was established by İZMİR Commodity Exchange. And recently another important area that we give importance is to have those commodity exchange activities in a digital or in an electronic environment. We are also working for this. Therefore we try to accelerate in our transactions, and also in our transactions in this way we can get an access to distant places in a more available way. And also with those innovations we are trying to increase the number of our transactions and to collaborate with our members. So in case of crisis or some unexpected situations, we try to minimize the risks by this way. So in summary, we need to take longer steps, and in the end of my speech, we really need to make use of the opportunities that we have in our country, and in this way we can say that we need more collaboration. Thank you for your patience. Thank you very much for this valuable presentation of yours. So we thank Ms. Işınsu Kestelli, İZMİR Commodity Exchange Chairperson. And now we continue with Dr. Mehmet Hastemi, Republic of Turkey, Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry, General Directorate of Plant Production. So within your institution, actually you are directly related to animal husbandry. Why? Because the animal feed need can also be met by plant production. So there is really a strategic institution ahead of us. So in the trade of agriculture and food, how can we increase our power in terms of becoming more competitiveness? So what should an approach for an efficient supply and chain strategy. So, distinguished panelists, dear guests, I want to salute you all. Sustainability in agriculture and also the comments that were made by your side were really very fruitful, and also Işınsu Hanım's presentation was also very fruitful, but I would like to add some more things. I think you can hear me, right? Yes, we can hear you very well. So we're talking about the sustainability of a very important sector. So people inhabited, people settled many years ago. So for this reason, we can't say that all those needs can be met by only the farmers, the villagers. But at the same time, in order to provide social sustainability and economic welfare, and also in order to provide environmental sustainability, we need to protect the natural resources. So that's why it's one of the most leading sectors. I mean, the agriculture and water. So these two parameters are interrelated, and also their importance on the mankind is of great importance. So we have taken it on the agenda for many years, but in the last 2 years, because of the pandemic process and because of the war, it has become more understandable. Their importance has become more understandable. So we're talking about agriculture 4.0. So I need to intervene here, Mehmet Bey. But Mehmet Bey, can you hear me, Mehmet Bey? So the world population is increasing, and because of food safety, and there might be some important threats to mankind, but when there is climate change, it becomes another burden, and also environmental effects. So they all influence the sustainability of agriculture. So we need to say some more things in order to assure sustainability in agriculture. Our biggest capital is Earth. So in the world, per capita, when we look at the fields, in 2021 it was 2 decars per capita, but in the following years it will drop to 1.6 decars. And also in Turkey it has decreased to 2.8 decars in Turkey. So in order to nourish the future's population, we need to support this. So we are one of the important and leading figures in terms of agricultural arena. Only last year, because of the drought, there could be a relatively low values in agricultural production in our country, but our production is increasingly ongoing. And also in plant production, in terms of the climate conditions and also the willingness of our farmers to cultivate their land, there is an increase when compared to the last year figures. So also we can experience this in the fields, in fruits, in vegetables, but there could be some climate changes, and therefore in minimum amounts there has been a little decrease, but generally in overall terms there has been an increase in those values. And also in our agricultural fields, so we should allocate our fields depending on the plant types, and in this way we need to take some precautions and globally at the same time. And also in Turkish agricultural production, yeah, our farmers should be the leading figures as well. And also, yeah, there is an increase of 347 hectares. So there are some false facts in Turkey. It is said that the fields are not being cultivated, but when we look at the figures in the last 2 years, and there has been some increase in the costs, especially in the prices of fertilizers. But Turkish farmers are never take their seeds back for planting. So therefore, for the cultivated areas, there has been an increase in Turkey, we can say this. But because of the insufficient rainfall, so with the help of the Ministry of Agriculture, our efforts are still ongoing, and also in the fields we try to provide more fields for the use of our farmers. So as mentioned before, yeah, there is a surplus in terms of foreign trade, and as Turkey, we are exporting 197 different agricultural products. Yeah, in some areas we have to import some products. For example, in pasta export we are in the second place, for example. So these are very important values for us. But at the same time we have to import some agricultural products. Yeah, and also another colleague mentioned potato seeds. So I need to share some figures in seeds. Our production in seeds has increased 9 times in recent years, and our export increased 13 times, and also to 117 countries we export seeds as Turkey, and also we are one of the important countries exporting seeds throughout the world. And also in the past we used to import seeds, and we could meet only 31% of those seeds. But now this figure has reached to 94%. So as I mentioned, Turkey exports seeds to 117 countries. But yeah, we are really taking steps, and we need to share those figures. For example, our need for potato seeds are approximately 500,000 tons, and but also we exported 5,300 tons of potato seeds last year. So this is really important. So we really need to boost ourselves in terms of this agricultural development. So therefore, we really need to encourage the young before they become a part of this sector. So human resources is also another important thing. So therefore, we need to make use of this young population, because we need to tell them that they can make their living in this sector, and also they will be able to export their agricultural products worldwide. We need to encourage the young population in those. So we also need to involve new innovations and also new investments into the agricultural field. And also the capital to be earned, they need to be also invested in the agricultural sector. Now, for example, there are some professions out of agricultural sector, but we see that they are turning back to agricultural sector again, and we already know that it will be more beneficial for the young population as well. So we are in the 31st position throughout the world in terms of cultivating the agricultural fields, and in terms of agricultural production we are in the 10th place throughout the world, and also in organic agriculture we are in the 12th position, and also in Europe we are in the 3rd place in Europe. So and also our most important input is fertilizer. Unfortunately, so the ammonium is the raw material of fertilizer, so there could be some deficiencies in those raw materials, and also the natural gas in the Black Sea region will be made of use very soon, we hope. But within this process, mostly we import the chemical fertilizers, but we would rather to have to produce, to manufacture the organic fertilizer. And also starting from 2019, And also this number has reached to 660,000 tons. And in terms of sustainable plant production, the most important things are to be the strategic teams like the grains and also the other feed plants. So we are having the animal production, but also the main problem in animal husbandry is providing some animal feeds, especially in bovine animals. We need to use them, and also with the help of the minister of the agricultural ministry, we are trying to increase our production. And also Turkey has a very important geothermal capacity, and also we will try to do our best to heat our Turkish citizens in this way. And also in Dikili, yeah, we have established the geothermal greenhouse center, and also with the help of those we will try to have more renewable energy sources. And also another important activity of ours is the urban agriculture, and also apart from the other works, in order to provide low carbon footprint, in order to provide more fresh fruits and vegetables for our citizens, we will do our best to have better agricultural practices within the framework of urban agriculture. And also we started it in İZMİR, Ankara and Istanbul, and also we provided some grants, up to 75% of grants for our villagers, and our villagers in Istanbul and İzmir will be able to meet with the consumers in place. And also very soon we would like to develop those areas. You will have 1 or 2 minutes. I'm going to end my presentation. Also in agricultural and forestry sector, there will be some important contributors to sustainability and also to the digital world, and also for the in terms of the production levels and also for the consumption levels, in order to make them more sustainable and also to carry out those transactions in an electronic environment. We are working on a new platform, and we have some newer practices in terms of sustainability. And another important component of sustainability is to market those agricultural products by the farmers. It will also contribute to the work of the villagers, and also our ministry has been working on this, and we are sharing it with the public opinion as well. So I believe that the incentives will be another important tool for this, as İrfan Bey has mentioned. And within this regard, so the main inputs like gasoline or fertilizers must be provided for our farmers. But at the end of the year, as Işınsu Hanım has expressed, we have shown that no villager will get any harm at the end of the year. And also another important evidence of this, we can have it. So we will need to decrease the cost, and when there is a difference in between the gains and the earnings of the villages, we will try to minimize these losses. And thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you very much for your comments, views, and for your presentation. Dr. Mehmet Hasdemir from the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry. And now we're going to go on with Şevket Meriç from İzmir Metropolitan Municipality, Head of Agricultural Services Department. So, Mr. Meriç, I think one of the most important points that we should be thinking about that is the scale. So the scattered agricultural fields in this competitive market shows that in agricultural sector some things have to be changed. And another point, when we look at the success stories, the cooperatives are really important, prominent figures. But we have cooperatives, but I think we have an inflation of cooperatives, and rather than effective, well-working cooperatives. For example, from South Korea to the Netherlands, for example, we have different cooperative understanding there. So, and Turkey has put another point as another agriculture is possible, for example, under this title. So what are you going to say? İrfan Bey, thank you very much for giving me the floor. And thank you very much about your comments. And thank you, Mehmet Bey, as well. For years, what we have been trying to show, and our Mayor Tunç Soyer has been also mentioning that the understanding of another agriculture is possible. And this is an important agricultural policy, in fact. Why is it possible? Why another agriculture is possible? Because we're trying to define a policy, to create a policy. Yes, as you said, scale is very important because the big companies have agricultural activities, but other than that, in Anatolia, when we look at our conventional production types, generally we have the villages and small families and small cooperatives, and we're trying to help them, or we're trying to work with them alongside with this title. And I'm going to start my presentation, and I'll go on my speech with that. İzmir, it looks that we have a high city population, but in fact it's in the third line in plant production. In animal husbandry, it's the second, and total agricultural production, İzmir is the fourth city. And yeah, we have an industrial city as well. But when we look at the working cooperatives, there are 60 cooperatives, and when we look at these agricultural development cooperatives, we can see that they are born in İzmir. They started to be seen in İzmir, and it started in İzmir, and it has become an example for Turkey. And with its 120 members, we have a cooperative. And for us, our agricultural activities go on, and we have agricultural development cooperatives we have. And when we go out of Turkey, when we ask about cooperatives, generally people understand as construction cooperatives, or sometimes they are just cooperatives which have only a sign. But İzmir specifically, as a result of the plant activities done by our municipality, we have many well-working cooperatives, and we have 30 towns within Turkey, and 4 regions we have agricultural production that is going on. And when we have disasters, in fact, we have to commit ourselves to the ancient producers. Why? Because whatever happens as disasters, fires, floods, what is going to save us is the agricultural production activities of our own region. And when we're talking about these activities, we should be acting not against the nature, but in line with nature. And we're working on the plant production and the health of plant and health of animals. And the first problem that we have is the climate change, and the second one is in fact, the activities that we're trying to fend off the poverty. And we are trying to support the producers that can produce in their own regions locally. And the municipality, metropolitan municipality, is a big family, and we started our R&D's activities, and we're trying to support the small-scale producers, and the R&D works, and the packaging works, and the branding works, and the trade needed for that region. We're trying to support them within that specific region. And we have two types of agricultural production in Turkey. There are the global agricultural sector, the big companies, or the better fit for our Anatolian land is the small-scale productions and local seeds and local breeds. And what is our enemy is the climate change and drought, and also poverty. And when we look at planning, this is something necessary, because in another production model, for example, when we are trying to tell people what can be done within this field, in this area, you can do this construction, this building. Of course, you have to tell people what to do in that specific area. But for the agricultural production, the villagers or the farmers are not told what to do or what can be grown in that specific area. So we're trying to recommend that to them. So with our chambers of agriculture, we're trying to support the farmers and producers. And our support, agricultural support, can be direct to producers or through cooperatives to big groups of people. And as I said, chambers of agriculture is one of our stakeholders. And against poverty, one of the most important activities is that supporting the people, the producers living in the local area, so that they can sustain their activities, their production activities there. And the people living in urban areas could access the food without any intermediaries. For example, an animal support is not only support to the producer, but to support them, to help them to live in their own region, in their own local area, so that they can produce there, and the people living around that area can have that access. And social development is one of the legs of that. And sometimes, in order to earn more, for example, we pollute the environment. Yes, we have money, but we have polluted environment, and we do not help the socioeconomic life. We have money, but we have a disrupted or polluted environment. So we're trying to prevent that. And I am the General Directorate of Plant Production, the head of Agricultural Services Department, but I have been participating in all the agricultural activities in our municipality, and for 15 years we have been going on, and it's a sustainable plan, and we have been having and helping the producers as trees and direct help or good agricultural practices or beekeeping. We're trying to help our producers and farmers, and we try to give them training, and then we're trying to help them in their trade as well. So wherever the producers are, we're trying to help them, and because they are affected by price increase, we're trying to support them in that as well. And all our activities are in line with nature. It has to be like that, because when we are dispersing the seeds, we try to help to human beings, animals, nature, birds. So, and we're trying to do our activities within that scope. And our activities start in the farm, and they are until the table, but even the waste from the table as compost can be used as well. And also the use of pesticides and insecticides also are tried to be prevented. And we're trying to give service to our producers, to our farmers, but it's a process. It's a long process. It started in 2010. It started with Karakılçık wheat, our age-old wheat, and also it's the opening of a mill that is going to process that wheat. And the production is still going on in Manisa, Burdur, and in Kars, and in other Anatolian provinces. We go on with the local seed as well, and this year over 700 million tons. We had a wheat production, and the price was determined as 14 liras, and we bought it from the farmers, and then we produce bread and pasta, and our R&D activities still going on. And today, 91st of International Fair will be opened, and the main theme of the fair is Terra Madre Anatolia. And the main themes or the titles in the fair is the abundance of the Anatolia. That is the production going on in line with nature. And the supports that we have given to the villagers, to the producers. For example, they have 3 decars of field and they have a tractor. And sometimes they buy a lot of agricultural machinery, or they need agricultural machinery. Or maybe some gasoline support could be enough. So, through the chambers of agriculture, we're trying to provide them agricultural machinery or that can be used in a shared manner. And also, there are some irrigation or drinking ponds for the animals so that they could drink from them. And we have a milk processing center, which has a capacity of 100 million tons of milk. And also, we have the markets, the producers' markets in İZMİR without any intermediaries. They are serving the people. And also, we have the public's grocer, not only in İZMİR, within Turkey. All the agricultural development cooperatives products will be bought, they are bought and they are sold in those groceries. Şevket Bey, you have 1 or 2 minutes. And we have a shepherd's map. And this is another activity that we have done in İZMİR. So the determination of the shepherds' places, the locations have been done, and their milk will be bought over the base price, and we are going to buy their milk at 10 lira, 11 lira per kilo. And I'm wrapping up now. Terra Madre Anatolia is the theme of 91st of International Fair. And today at 18 hours, we're going to start with the march. And I would like to invite everyone to this walk. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot for your presentation and for your speech. The Head of Agricultural Services Department, Şevket Meriç. Thank you. Now I will give the floor to Bursa Chamber of Commerce and Industry Vice President of Assembly, Dr. Murat Bayezid.
Murat Bey
Murat Bey is not only in the production side, but also he's in the consuming side. He's just in the middle, so he's able to analyze both parts, not only in our country, but also in the foreign markets. He can have some analysis and in terms of the sales and at what prices we are able to sell our products. Is it for our advantage or disadvantage? So who is right, the seller or the buyer? What we buy, we can sell it more. So therefore, why the production strategy is important in sales, and what should we do in order to increase the sale numbers? So who, when, and what will be done, and how important is the initiative of the farmers? Who should take the initiative within this regard? Approximately you have 12 minutes of speech. You can start your speech. Thank you very much, İrfan Bey. I'd like to extend my thanks to our chairperson, Ms. Işın Kestelli, İzmir Commodity Exchange chairperson, and at the same time from Ankara, I would like to salute Mehmet Hasdemir Bey and also to other colleagues in this panel. I'd like to extend my thanks to them. So, up to this point, the producers and also the representatives of producers have talked, but at the same time we should listen to the sellers. Of course the seller is the right one. So no matter how productive you are, if you cannot invoice it, there is no meaning. So after this process, of course, we have in a very important turning point in terms of agriculture in Turkey, and this important turning point is in the sales side. So we will face more demand and also more sales. It will increase day by day. And Mehmet Bey has mentioned that we really need to draw the attention of the young population to agriculture sector. But before the young population, we need to attract the attention of the capital first. Because when you mention agriculture as a phenomenon, it is not within the initiative of the farmers. It has become a more important industry. So it needs to be within the principles of a multidisciplinary approach. So different disciplines must come to the fore here. I have an anecdote in Bursa, and I met with a farmer and I told him that you planted corn here, but who told you to plant corn here? And how did you decide to plant corn? So in decision making we are three persons: me, my pleasures, and also my servicer. So in this case you need to think a little bit. So while planning from top to bottom, you need to have a planning, because in a disorganized way, in an unplanned way in the agriculture, then tomorrow, of course, you will have some challenge in sales. For example, so the black fig has some problems in Bursa. There's black fig everywhere, but there are not good sales, and everyone has problems within this regard. So the marketing is the main basis of this. Sales is the main basis. If you do not activate the channels of sales all the time, and if you cannot keep the attention of your customers on you, then the production has no meaning. So as Turkey, we have a lot of advantages, of course. As we were listening about the services of İzmir Metropolitan Municipality. We really appreciate those, and also our commodity exchange of İzmir is really very valuable to us in terms of dried fruits. Yeah, we have the authority, and also our export is increasing day by day as a city, and also, of course, we are envious of İzmir as Bursa province, but on the other side, our government is doing its best to support us. And we already know that everyone is working with good intentions and trying to contribute, and day by day we are going for the better. day by day. But within this table, if we are not careful enough, maybe very soon in the following days, we can have some challenges. We need to face these realities. What are they? For example, our production in the field are not are not growing in parallel with the factories. For example, when you try to sell fresh fruits, so the prices are little very low. And if you sell it at a price of 0.59, if you sell strawberries as fresh in the market at a price of 0.59, but if you have frozen strawberries, then the price increases a little bit. So therefore, the continuity of this growing process and also the control of this mechanism must be maintained. And also you need to provide the value added of this process. And also, if you are able to increase the shelf life by having some frozen fruits, then it will be also for the benefit of the sector. So it does not start and stop in the agricultural field. It starts in the agricultural fields and it continues to the table. So from the farm to fork, you need to sustain this ecosystem. And if there are some interventions, then you can't figure it out in terms of having better values in agriculture production. And also in terms of production in Turkey, there is really an increasing interest. Now everyone has become more interested in agricultural production. And so the number of those people who are willing to do this are called romantic farmers. So we really need to be out of this romantic farming, and we should have a tendency to be more to industrial farming. Why? Because without capital you can't continue. Why? Because the turnover throughout the world is increasing day by day, and the figures are becoming highly are reaching up to high levels. But on the side of the capital making, if you do not support the enterprises, of course, then the farmers cannot sell their products in the field. If you don't have any capital, you can't proceed. But on the other side, in Europe, for maybe 10 years or maybe for 2 decades, yeah, they are going to have some challenges every year, we can say. For example, in the Netherlands, in greenhouses in winter, so the kilo price of tomatoes is around 3 and 3.5 euros. But in Turkey, yeah, we are just trying to close the greenhouses. Why? Because not by the way of natural gas, but by thermal power, we are heating the greenhouses. So this is for our advantage. So we can also have some more advantages within this regard. Why? Because in this greenhouse, if you are growing the tomatoes, of course you're not directly packaging the tomatoes and you just transfer them for the sale to other countries. So there must be some standard packaging systems. And there should be no relics of pesticides here. And if you don't have this, then you cannot proceed within this chain. So there could be some other legislative procedures, and you sometimes need to we cannot hear Murat Bey, and we should inform the technical personnel. There's a problem with the connection of Murat Bey. Maybe we can reconnect with Murat Bey, and we can continue with Ismail Bey and then turn back to Murat Bey. Yes, he is not with us. We understand it. And now we can continue with Ismail Bey. We can give the floor to Ismail Bey now, and then as soon as Murat Bey is with us, he can continue from the point where he stopped. Within his time limit, he can continue. From Manchester University, Ismail Ertürk Bey is the senior lecturer. We can continue with you with your permission. While we're trying to reconnect Murat Bey again, we can continue with you. So there are 17 goals of UN in terms of sustainable development goals. We were not so much familiar with this, or we really could not figure it out how important it is actually, but in the future we will, I think, understand them better. So within this regard, in recent times the global food firms are on the agenda in terms of having the balance in trade. So therefore, together with the international food firms and also the gross supermarkets, it must be the responsibility of those firms and also those gross markets. I think Murat Bey is with us again. After Murat Bey's presentation or his speech, I can continue, I think. So I would give the floor to you, but if Murat Bey is with us, if there are no problems, Murat Bey can continue his speech. Forgive me, I will cut to the chase. My presentation, in my presentation, I was not talking in a swear way, I think, but there has been some technical problems. So depending on the demand of the market, we should present our agricultural products, and this is our missing point, and we lack of this. So in terms of having the European customers, why? Because they are really very careful about the labeling and the packaging systems of the products. So we really need to implement this packaging services. Why? Because okay, we are having our products in a better quality, but are we good at also packaging and labeling those products? And also we have a threat to logistics here. The main problem in logistics is that, especially in the European market, the main reason that we are not competitive in pricing is that there is really a great increase in logistics. For example, this time last year in Gemlik port to England port, now we have we pay 4,700 euros, and also from the Alexandria port to the port of England, they are continuing their services, but at a price of 10 cents they are able to carry out these transactions. So the pricing for our side has increased a lot. So in terms of these logistics, our government used to support us in the past, so, and we used to satisfy our missing points by this way, but we should really demand how to cope with this, and especially in the market of grapes, we are really a very lucky country, especially within Bursa and also in the other cities like raspberry and blueberry. It is the same. Why we have reached to a nice place in strawberries. Why they really have a very important value added here in those fruits. So we really need to pave the way here, and in inverted commas we should say that I need to underline that our İzmir Commodity Exchange and also the services made by the İzmir Metropolitan City, they have already working on this, but if I need to underline, we should really produce our own sapling and our own seeds. So please, we should not import saplings or seeds abroad. So if we can start this betterment processes in our country, it lasts for 8 or 10 years. So yeah, we made them really rich. For example, the Netherlands farmers, we made them rich. So we can also grow this in Kahramanmaraş, in Maraş, in the plateaus of Aydın. So in the very short term, we are able to produce 80,000 or 90,000 tons of raspberries. For example, Serbia is growing a lot more than us in terms of growing raspberries. So their export level is higher, and we only have 4,000 tons, and also we have the festival of it. So please, I request that in terms of having more value added, İzmir has become a very important center, and we really need to draw your attention to this point. I don't want to talk more on this. I would like to cut to the chase. These are the important topics that I can mention. Thank you very much for your patience.
için
Thank you very much for your valuable comment. And yes, when you talk about the theoretical things alongside with the practical experience, then it makes more sense. And thank you very much. Murat Bayezid, Vice President of Assembly from Chamber of Commerce and Industry in Bursa. All right, so İsmail Ertürk, let me remind you of the question. So the food companies are really common, and we have the development objectives of UN, and there is some homework that we should do, and also the food supermarkets and the impact of them on the society and the responsibility of them on the society. So let's talk about that. Thank you very much, İrfan Bey. Işın Su Hanım and Mehmet Bey and Şevket Bey and Murat Bey. And I'm really honored to be sharing this panel with all these panelists. And thank you for organizing this panel to İzmir Chamber of Commerce and Commodity Exchange. And as the other panelists mentioned, I would like to look at it from a more global point and also the consequences of that in Turkey. In the world, there are two main changes happening. One of them is under the umbrella of UN, there are some international agreements, and decreasing the global warming to 1.5 degrees and the carbon neutral objective. And some cities have done that, some countries have done that. For example, in Holland, there are some companies or organizations suing the government or suing some big companies so that they can reach the carbon neutral, carbon zero aim, the objectives. And also the companies are not working only for their shareholders, but they have the responsibility for their commitments for the society. And as Murat Bey mentioned, capital is really important, and as time passes, capital is shifting to social responsibility or social causes. And for example, the banks are instructed so that if the companies are harming the environment, then their interest rates will be increased. For example, it's happening in the UK, in the US, and in Europe. So these two changes have impacted the agriculture as well. And as Şevket Bey emphasized, because of the global warming, the most important sector impacted by that is the agricultural sector. But at the same time, agriculture causes environmental pollution and global warming also. So both sides, it's pressed. In 2020, the World Nature Protection Foundation has made a research, and the food is the highest ecological footprint sector. And the construction, the housing is 25%. It shows that agriculture has to change. And the groundwater resources pollution is 60% because of use of fertilizers. And as Mehmet Bey emphasized, as you emphasized, the agricultural areas, more than 50% of agricultural areas is used for animal husbandry. And for swine feeding and husbandry. So, and as you mentioned, it's really important. So agriculture has to change in light of these data. And also because of global warming, agriculture is affected as well. So we need to have radical reforms, as Işınsu Kestenli put, because of the global changes, and it has to be rethought radically in order for it to be an economic activity. Of course, these are some risks that we should be thinking about, and also the opportunities. What happens, because as the opportunity, it creates an awareness for the farmers, and a Sweden company, for example, Oatly, producing milk from oats, and their market value is $3 million, and they can get capital from the World Funds. Why? Because they are producing a future product, a product of the future. But it was sold at $600 million, and it was founded in 1994, in fact, and Sweden, for example, could not be related to agriculture. It's not a country like that. However, marketing, packaging, these are really important, and branding is really important. So, in order to attract capital. Another positive development for me is South Korea for sales. For example, Işınsu Kesterli gave the example of Russia, but nobody foresaw that South Korea could be related with food. But now the South Korean kitchen is really famous, and kimchi is the pickles, a kind of pickles, for example, is a very famous food consumed all around the world. And there are shops selling South Korean products. There are supermarkets selling the products. So these marketing channels, sales channels are really important. So production is not important, is not enough, as Murat Bey put it, and their marketing, their sales is really important. And their strategy is really important. For example, in big cities, you can see the supermarkets selling their products. Another example is Chile. Especially, Chile started the exports of wine to China. And why they are successful? Because the China consumers like the labeling of these wines. For example, they put some labels on their bottles that Chinese people can like. For example, on French wines, the labels generally had French chateaus, the castles. But when you see the Chilean wines, their labels, the consumers like them a lot, so they made the research and produced that. So the opportunity part is really an important thing that for example, in the world, because the products are organic, even if they are not consumed a lot, but they look exotic and organic, they can be sold easily. In between 2020 to 2026, when we look at the sectors, the growth rate, the growth speed is 9.2. And for example, the clothes is 6.3. So for food, it's 9. And especially organic ones, the healthy ones, are really attracting people, and the demand for them is increasing. And at the same time, the social tendencies, the trends, there are some social trends in the US, in Europe, or Asia. We should not forget Asia, because China is a good example, and they are becoming richer and richer. And so in English, we call it as clean eating. So it's a direct translation as well. So it's a social trend in the world. And what is interesting here is that we should be doing marketing more carefully as well, because according to the research, in the selection of food, healthy food or organic food, the social media influencers have really been influencing people, what people are selecting. So marketing should be done accordingly and correctly. And the importance of social media should not be forgotten. And I'm sure you know that on the Instagram, and eating and cooking and drinking is one of the most common photographs taken and shared and fed into the Instagram. So we have this tendency, and it contributes to sustainable economy, and also in order to be healthy, people are being attracted. These are important opportunities. And economic cooperation and development agency, according to that, in the food producers number, Turkey has the highest number. We have the 109,000 producers. 309,000 producers. It's the highest number. And these facilities, transforming them to exports or to produce added value, is important. And we should be looking at the companies environmentally, and they need to take big steps, and they're going to have big gains from the aspect of environment and climate. And international, multinational food companies, for example, Nestle, $94 billion yearly sales. These are giant companies, and these companies have this social responsibility, and they have an impact on society. And there should be good contacts with these companies if there are any opportunities that can be used. For example, Nestle in Nestle, for example, has been using the underground water to bottle them in Switzerland in a bad way. People are criticizing that, but maybe they can be directed to do some investments in Turkey. It can be another kind of source of capital. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the information you shared from Manchester University senior lecturer İsmail Ertürk. And we're ending the panel with İsmail Ertürk. And on YouTube, there are some comments. Ahmet Karataş. I hope these projects will be useful for İzmir. And Murat Bayezid had a hopeful speech, and I hope this will have a good result for İzmir and for Turkey. And on my behalf, I think that the panel was very fruitful, very useful. And these platforms shows us the significance of the common mindset and the added values out of these meetings. And because production and marketing is the earning of everyone, and Turkey's commercial legacy is the İzmir International Fair, and today it's going to be opened until 11th of September. I hope it's going to be fruitful, and we are going to send our best wishes. Thank you very much, and goodbye, everyone.
Teşekkürler. Kalın.
İyi günler.
Sağ olun.
Herkese iyi bir gün diliyorum.
I wish you a good day. So this is the second day of the second İZMİR Business Days, and today we are together in this panel. So we are going to talk about sustainable food and agricultural products and food and agricultural products export from the perspective of sustainability and current situation and future outlook. So we are going to mention sustainability in agriculture and what improvements we have had so far. Together with our panelists, we are going to discuss what is going on within this sector. So in this panel, in this session, as panelists, Mr. Mehmet Ali Işık is together with us. So he is from the Asian Exporters Association, and he's the CEO of it, and also he's also responsible for the sustainability issues in this association. And also we will be together with Canan Nilüfer Bora, and she is the permanent delegation of Turkey to the European Union. She's the chief commercial counselor, and the other one is Heather Barnes. She's the regional senior commercial officer, Eurasian Minister Counselor for Commercial Affairs from U.S. Embassy to Ankara. And another panelist will be Professor Dr. Levent Kurnaz. He's the director in Boğaziçi University Center for Climate Change and Policy Studies. And I don't want to take your time too much, and I'll want to invite Mr. Mehmet Ali Işık to the floor for his presentation. And also, as a reminder, every panelist should continue his or her presentation within 20 minutes, and in the end you can ask the questions. In order to use the time in the best way, you can ask and answer your questions at the end of your presentation. Now the floor is yours, Mr. Mehmet Ali Işık. Thank you very much, Cumhur Bey. Yeah, welcome to this panel, I would like to say first. So today, on behalf of Asian Exporters Association, I'm here and I'll be talking on our work within our association. I think you can see my slides right now, right? Yes, we can see. So as Asian Exporters Associations, as the Union of Agriculture and Union of Industry, we are separated into two unions, and in our industry union there are 5 unions: textile, marble, and also mining, and also apparel we have. And also in our agricultural union we have 7 sub-unions, that is the Asian Exporters Union and Fresh Fruits and Vegetables Union, and also grains, and also tobacco, olive and olive oils. So within these sub-unions, it comprises the industrial side. And also, in order to act together, every session continues its work, and also these agricultural unions have their own emphasis, and also the industrial unions have also some other sub-unions in their body. And in terms of sustainability, when we are talking about sustainability, the point that we have arrived now, when we are looking at the improvements within this sector, we have been evolving in different stages, of course. For example, in agriculture, if we would like to express it from the point of farmers, we would like to have more products, and also we like to take our place better in the market, and we just try to reduce our costs, and also we would like to reach out bigger masses. And so these are the strategies that we can develop in this union, and we have been working on this. And also in the last 50 to 60 years, this actions have been taking place within agricultural sector. So apart from those innovations, have we reached to better results? Yes, mostly we have. Yeah, from a positive point of view, yeah, we are able to feed people in a more quality way, and therefore, so this conventional production style has been ongoing in an increasing way. So in order to provide this, we have a high amount of fertilizers. So yeah, we have developed new or different diversities, and also we have really worked heavily on fertilizing. And in order to be more efficient and more fertile, yeah, of course we have shared most of our time for watering. And so, but by this way we could distort the mineral structure of the soil, and also we distort the balance of soil. So the expected increase in harvest unfortunately could not be met, and therefore the soil lost its properties, and also feeding the soil has become impossible. So we just tried to replace new soil, but it caused some sort of drought, unfortunately. So these challenges in soil in our field, we also faced it in air, or in also our water supplies, in our environment we faced it. And as a result of this, all the world have become aware of these challenges, and therefore it is not sustainable anymore, they understand. So as a country, also single-handedly, it's not easy to deal with this. So together with all the other nations and the geographical locations which are sensitive on this, have begun to decide on this, or to improve some decision-making mechanisms on this. So in the Aegean side, we are on the west of Turkey, and also it is the easiest way to get an access to Turkey, the west side of Turkey. So that's why the things that we have in our associations, yeah, we are just representing a small scale of Turkey, thanks to the diversity of the agriculture products that we have. And also, as the Aegean Exporters Associations, we have become the leading figure in terms of having the diversity in the area of culture as well. And as Aegean Exporters Associations, 30 years ago, we started organic farming, and we were the leading figure in organic farming 30 years ago. And together with our universities, with our research institutes, and also with our ministries, with non-governmental organizations, we have come together to discuss about organic agriculture, to make it become more spread, and we have structuralized our institutions in this manner. So if in Turkey, if we are talking about organic farming right now, that's because of the four organizations. I mean, the Aegean Exporters Associations, universities, non-governmental organizations, and also thanks to the help of the ministries. We have acted together, we have cooperated, and we have reached out to this point. And now we're talking about sustainability in agriculture, and the most important basis of this foundation was laid by our side. So in Turkey, yeah, we are one of the organic suppliers throughout the world, and also in our agricultural work, we have $25 to $6 billion of agriculture production, and at the same time, we are also the leading figure in exporting dried fruits. For example, in grapes, in figs, in apricots, in the other organic products. We are also working in the production, but also in the export of those agriculture products. We are the leading figure in the world. So I'm not bragging about becoming the leading figure here. So you should understand that we are harshly working in order to improve ourselves. So that is the benefit that we have throughout the world. And in the sector of dried fruits, for example, in grapes, in order to reach out to modern worlds, we have been working harshly in the last 50 years. And also together with universities, with research institutes, and with the incentives of the government, we have reached today. And also some systems of farming have changed. Now, for example, we used to dry the fruits on the field. Now we have the concrete. And as a result of this, nearly 350,000 tons production we have, and also 250,000 tons have been exported. And our goal is to export 300,000 tons. So also we are the leading figures in dried fig and also grapes. So that's not only in dried fruits. Also we have some oily seeds, fresh fruits and vegetables, cotton, and also in frozen products. We are also the leading figure in terms of having organic farming. So thanks to Asian Exporters Associations, we can coordinate on this. So this is our biggest mission in our country, to enhance organic farming in our country and also to increase the share of our country in organic farming. We are really working hard, and also we have $1 billion $1 billion of budget for this work. So as I mentioned, as not only as firms, but also as single-handedly within the government, we cannot really succeed. So we need to work together. There needs to be an international cooperation, or between the firms we need to cooperate. So by this way, we can only achieve our sustainable goals. And also within our body, we have organic products and also sustainability unit within our organization. And also 3 years ago we founded it, and this department, this unit, has been going on its works or its studies in a more disciplined way, and also it has been structuralized in this manner. So also our intermediary goals were to achieve what the world is also trying to achieve. So we really need to implement what they are also doing. So we should be in coordination with what the world is going on here. And also we are also monitoring the studies and the works of the European Union. And also we have established our goals within this manner. And after also monitoring those works, what is our ministry having as a goal? We have also examined this. And of course, there's a work of Green Deal that has been made by the Ministry of Agriculture, and also it has its own work, and also in its last meeting it has also its own goals, and these objectives are the goals are the ones that has been maintained by the Ministries of Agriculture and Trade. So following this process, we have also started our actions. So first the ministries, and then our teams, and then it was transferred to our unions and associations. So in every issue that is the same, not only in the field of sustainability, but also in all action plans, the same thing is valid. So together with team, we have started our action plan. And also we have another agricultural department inside the body of TIM, and also our action plan has been validated, and we have our goals within this regard, and we have been going on this. My time is limited, I know. So about agricultural and animal husbandry, we have our works, and after forming the main goals within the body of TIM, also we have published our own manifest. And also in this manifest we determined the goals of the past and also the future. It all involves these goals, so it is all in parallel to the action plans that we have prepared so far. These are all supporting our work. And also with the non-governmental organizations, in order to create some awareness or some perception, it is also our association's role to do this. And also regarding this, we have a bulletin of sustainability regularly. It is also ongoing, and we have some bulletins regarding this, as I said, and also in the industrial unions, we have also the same thing, and also in the fashion sector, we have some other bulletins in order to keep sustainability and also organic farming. So we are trying to get some feedback, and we are trying to validate all of those things and put them into progress. And also in the fashion industry, we are just trying to share the best or good practices. These activities are being organized with the help of our sustainability teams, and together with institutes we have some competitions in fashion, so our agenda is always hot in this regard. And also training is another important project of ours, and we are really heavily working on training on education law, because we have 12 unions within our body. They are all registered to us, to our association, and nowadays we have 705,000 or 8,000 members, but at least half of them, I mean 4,000 of them are actively working, and we have $16 million of export so far, and we have thousands of workers within our body, and we have a very important infrastructure of farmers. As I said at the beginning of my speech, we are just an example of a small scale of Turkey. So therefore, we are already aware of our mission and responsibilities, and we continue our work thanks to this. And one of this is with Turk Test brand, we just try to promote our agriculture products within with the help of Nevada University. We have a joint project with Nevada University, and also we continue our work parallel to this, and we continue our strategic policies. And this panel is so important to me, as I mentioned at the beginning of my speech. In order to get some results, we need to have some goals between organizations. We should focus on it, because if our energy is not focused on the same thing, so getting to our final goal is really becoming harder. So I would like to thank every panelist for his or her supports. Thank you very much. Yes, your presentation was so good. You have used your time so well. Thank you very much for that as well. Now I'll give the floor to our second presenter, Canan Nilüfer Dora. She is in the permanent delegation of Turkey to the European Union. She's the chief commercial counselor, and within the perspective of European Union, she's going to talk.
Thank you very much, dear General Secretary, dear panelists, participants, thank you. I'm saluting you all with respect from Brussels. On behalf of our permanent delegation of Turkey, I'm sending the best regards of my friends to Turkey. And I'm celebrating the 91st age of İZMİR International Fair, and I hope it's going to be a fruitful one. And thank you for focusing on the title of Agriculture and Food for İZMİR Business Days, and thank you for inviting us as well. And I'd like to thank the exporters associations as well. Of course, this is not something, the food and agriculture products, this is not something that we have been talking about recently. It has been playing an important role in policy making, in recent policy making in the world, and the awareness has been risen. And of course, UN, OECD, international organizations like this, or NGOs, have developed some guidelines, some standards, and they have contributed to that a lot. But as in the Convention of Climate and Environment, a binding international regulation has not been concluded yet. So There are some arbitrary practices, in fact. But when we look at the EU, this arbitrary implementations have been transforming into more regulatory basis, more regulations, especially within the concept of bilateral agreements. And agriculture and food sector included, all the sectoral policies and horizontal policies have been taken into consideration, and some key trade agreements are made. Both the citizens and the operations and the trade partners, the binding rules have been developed. Of course, this approach of EU has a history, and at the moment, the recent umbrella has created the European Climate Regulation and Agreement, and it has an objective until 2050. The aim is to make Europe as carbon zero. And all the agreements, I mean, this Green Deal and the European agriculture deal is aiming that. And after one market, EU has been trying to realize the most comprehensive integrated production strategy. And within this strategy, sustainability lies at the center. And sustainability includes sustainable production, and it is one of the prerequisites of the sustainable agriculture and production. And sustainable food system, creating that will contribute to preserve the environment and to eliminate the disruption of the or the pollution of the environment. And how can we reach the objectives within the system for agricultural, sustainable agricultural system? We have two main strategies, from farm to fork or from field to fork, biodiversity strategy and that strategy. And these two strategies, what EU has been trying to do, they're trying to eliminate or prevent the use of the insecticide, pesticides, and minimize the dependency on them, and to boost the organic production, to encourage the organic production. As Mehmet Ali Bey mentioned, in the light of the latest determinations, how can we give the response to the requirements or the demands? So we're thinking about that. And a common agriculture policy is the aim of Europe as well, European Union as well, so that we can have standard strategies, practices, plant health, plant welfare, animal welfare, human welfare, and food safety, and the safety of access to food. And the standards are being developed within that, and within this European deal, they are trying to realize that. And 2023, they're going to be realizing the common agricultural policy. And sustainable food system, why Europe sees that as a requirement. Maybe I can add some more to the previous speakers, because the aim is carbon zero, to be a continent of carbon zero. And agricultural production creates nearly 20% of carbon emissions. So the losses, economic losses in the world have also been seen, but in that period, in the past period, 5.5 trillion losses to 10 trillion losses we have because of agriculture. And also in EU, 33 million people have difficulty in access to food or have challenges to access to food. But on the other hand, the 20% of the food produced is also wasted, and the adult population of half of the adult population in Europe is nearly overweight or obese. And when we look at the world, according to the FAO data, Nearly half of the population have difficulty in access to food. And according to data of FAO, the deforestation is caused, especially 80% of the deforestation is caused by trying to open fields for agricultural production. And in agriculture, as we can see, agriculture has been impacted by the weather conditions and drought and floods. And in Brussels, for 2 months, for example, we have had no rain, and in August, the temperature was nearly 30 degrees Celsius, and it is the highest ever in years, the highest or the hottest August in years. So we have these kinds of challenges. Specifically, the agricultural sector has its challenges, and the COVID pandemic and the Russian and Ukrainian war has created some geopolitical challenges as well, and it has endangered the food safety or self-efficiency, and it has shown us how vital they are. And within this framework, or with the perceptions, EU has been thinking about the sustainable food system and how it can be realized. The nature should be protected, and the resources should be protected, and the losses should be retrieved, and biodiversity should be protected, and everyone should have the right to access the correct and enough or sufficient amount of food. And fair share of earnings should be encouraged. And the market system should be protected, and the access to food should be secured, and also food should be secured. So one should not be sacrificed for another. So that's the fundamental approach. And there are 4 objectives by 2030. One of them is the elimination or prevention of chemical pesticides, 50% decrease of use of pesticides, and 50% of the waste losses will be decreased. And the live animal husbandry, the microbial sales will be decreased, and organic cultivation should be at least 25%. And especially for aquaculture as well, organic aquaculture production should be also increased. These are the objectives of EU. And the areas that lost their agricultural value can be retrieved by giving them biodiversity qualifications to make use of them for agriculture. And apart from these main objectives, there are some other aims as well. I'd like to give them as just headlines, but if I'm over my time, please warn me. If I look at the subtitles, I would say, so for the sustainable food production, cooperatives and feed are important, and regulations or legislation preparation is very important, and also data is very important. So some network for data is being worked on because the food being sustainable is as important as data being sustainable, and sustainable applications should be developed. And for companies, the management regulations and processed foods, ingredients and values, and the consumption of salt and oil and fat, limiting the consumption of them and preparing guidelines for limiting the ingredients, and struggle with counterfeit products. These are some of the titles. And sustainable aquaculture and fisheries. In order to protect them, there should be some policy making in fisheries and aquaculture, and also guidelines about these are important. And healthy, sustainable nutrition habits are very important, especially managing the preferences of the consumers is really important as well. So for schools, good nutrition guidelines or increasing the consumption of fresh produce, fresh fruits and vegetables, and value-added taxes, regulations can be done about that, and the origin of the products. So these are some of the policy-making action areas. And for these actions to be taken with sustainable food system, EU has been trying to produce food, and also they're trying to improve the ecosystems, and until 2030, 1.8 million euro worth of added value they're trying to create. So this food safety will not be perceived as a threat, but will be perceived as an opportunity. There are some challenges specific to the sector or the recent times, and the personal changes are very important, and breaking the resistance is very important, and the resources being given to the operators or the farmers is really important, and there is some pressure of the prices on farming practices or agriculture, but EU is aware of them. However, it doesn't mean that it doesn't change that the agricultural sector is under threat of climate change and the pandemic and the war we have. These twin shocks, in fact, have shown us that this digital transformation, green transformation, is really important and is really vital. So these are going to be some of our policies. So, I mean, meaning the EU's policies. And as Mehmet Ali Bey mentioned, global cooperation is a requirement, because even one very comprehensive work cannot be done only one body. So in good food systems conferences, we can see that everybody should be in cooperation. And EU from farm to fork strategy emphasizes that it's an EU strategy, but it is also a contribution, a global contribution to the world. So as our country, as the trade experts, how are we going to perceive that? Yes, of course, it has many dimensions like production or regulations, but as the exporters associations, as operators, how are we going to perceive this period? First of all, EU is a very important partner in agriculture and trade, and 1/4 of our exports and 1/5 of our imports has been done by EU, and also in customs union. And in our candidacy period, our legislation mostly is made up of EU legislation, and also the conditions of the entering the market have been changing, and also the legislation, the regulations that we have has been created from the basis of EU legislation, and it has been transforming to a management strategy. And from farm to fork understanding, or this idea does not aim is only agricultural sector, but all the food sector, and there are some comprehensive legislation works and operational works, but of course there are some short-term, medium-term, and long-term objectives and the results. And in short and medium term, there can be some entrance to market conditions can be focused on. They can be classified or prioritized. First of all, generally for every product, agricultural and food trade, taxes are important, but maybe more than that. As you all know, human, animal, and plant health is really important. So this is one of the rules set, and we should take that into consideration. It's inevitable. EU for this period, it might seem that they have ambitious challenges and ambitious aims. However, when we look at these objectives, maybe realizing them can be seen difficult, but this is the direction that they're going to be planning to create. So we should keep that in our minds, and we should be prepared. And for sustainable agricultural and food strategy, it's a comprehensive and integrated strategy, and it's based on eliminating or minimizing the use of pesticides, and there's going to be a plant protection bylaw draft, and this legislation will be very important for all of us, and we should pay attention to that, and we might contribute to that. In 2023, there is going to be a legislation about genomic techniques, and we're working on that. And also, in order to improve the animal husbandry and animal welfare, there is a legislation to be coming. I mean, it's been worked on, and these are important legislations. And for sales and production, there are some behavior codes of EU for sales behavior, and there are some action commitments in them. And consumers and first-hand producers have their commitments and how they're going to contribute to green transformation. And also for companies, good management legislations have been going on, not only for agriculture, but for industry as well. The work is still going on that legislation. So it's not only for the final product or quality conditions of the final product, but the companies should be aware of the production process, and they should manage that process really well. So like child labor and social environment and environmental conditions. So all that process should be managed, and deforestation legislation will be finalized in the near future, and there are some arbitrary liabilities like fair cutting or those kinds of things. But now, for market entrance, these are going to be prerequisites, and if the products do not provide the necessary conditions, they're going to be out of the market. And also, when we think of the nutrition, healthy nutrition is important, and the consumers' preferences, information giving are the topics that are focused on. And the food profiles on the product, labeling of the products, giving the details of the product. And for plant health measures, the origin of the food is also going to be worked on as the system for traceability. So this is going to, in fact, direct the consumers' preferences. And for 2023, there's going to be a framework legislation. Within this draft, all the food products in the EU markets, they should be sustainable and they should be warranted, they should be guaranteed. And within this legislation, draft legislation, sustainable applications will be defined. Some of them will be prohibited maybe or limited maybe. And in order to decrease the waste, the food waste, this is very important for us and for the world as well. And regarding this, labeling is important. And about quality, the consumption date recommendations is going to be re-evaluated because new criteria will be created because 88 million tons of food is wasted and nearly 10% of it is related to the expiry date. And dear Councillor, can you wrap up, please? And organic production is really important, and within the organic agriculture legislation, it's been expanded, and there are some bilateral agreements with the supplying countries, and it's very important for having more agreements. And as I mentioned at the beginning, so bilateral agreements, within the bilateral agreements, these sustainability rules will take place. And the last one is the agreement with New Zealand, and I think it can be an example for a comprehensive agreement. And there are going to be binding rules in that, and the violations of sustainability will have some will create some sanctions. And about agriculture and food, the geographical conditions are very important for EU, and there are 8 geographically labeled areas, and 3 of them are in Aegean region. And registering them in Turkey and the same registration being done in EU is very important because it's very important for competitiveness in the market. And as the last sentence, agriculture and food within the sector, the better consumption rules will be one of the foundations for sustainability. And the rules in sustainability, the content will be strengthened and it will be more binding. And so sustainable production will be done and sustainable exports will be done, can be done following that. And it's going to be very advantageous for us for market entrance. And these dynamics, sustainability perspective in EU and the update of customs union is going to take place within that as well. So we should be prepared. And I'm completing my speech. Thank you very much for your attention. And I wish you all success. Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor. Thank you very much. Especially as you have mentioned, 1 out of 4 of our exports is to EU region. So as you have mentioned, the legislation part is really important for us, and the Asian Exporters Association, we are trying to follow them up, and thank you very much, and we're expecting your support as well. Thank you very much for your contribution.
Değerli izleyiciler,
Now, after learning about the European Union side about sustainability, now I'd like to give the floor to, within the concept of US, I will give the floor to the Miss Heather Bynes. Now the floor is yours. Yes, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Heather Burns. I'm the Minister Counselor for Commercial Affairs and Regional Senior Commercial Officer for Eurasia, based at the U.S. Embassy in Ankara, Turkey. And it's really my pleasure to be here with you this afternoon and to celebrate with you the 91st İZMİR International Fair. And I can say I very rarely speak at events which are celebrating their 91st iteration. So congratulations on that. Thank you to the Aegean Exporters Association and to the Turkish Ministry of Trade for the invitation to join you. And I would like to thank my fellow speakers for their insights. I've learned a lot from you this afternoon. Our session today, focusing on the export of food and agricultural products from the perspective of sustainability, is quite timely. With the support of my team of almost 20 in Turkey and 40 across the region, we work to support American companies to expand their businesses in Turkey and Eurasia, and supporting the export of U.S. technologies that enable more efficient, sustainable agricultural production is a priority for our team. We work with many companies that consider Turkey a key market for their technologies, such as Lindsay, Valmont, Bally, and Nelson. And further, we have held events to introduce buyers from the Turkish market and regional markets to American companies offering innovative solutions. In early 2021, we held a virtual connection program focused on matching U.S. water conservation and irrigation technology companies with partners in the region. The event featured participation from partners in Turkey, Azerbaijan, Uzbekistan, and Turkmenistan. And given the success of the program, it was actually replicated in sub-Saharan Africa and Southeast Europe. We also organized delegations to the United States that showcase these technologies in action. In fact, we're about to kick off recruitment for World Ag Expo in California early next year, and we hope to have significant participation from our Turkish partners and others across the region. This year, we have also focused on partnering with municipalities to develop world-class water management strategies. We have an excellent working relationship with Ankara's Municipal Water Authority, for example, and have helped organize site visits in the United States to facilitate sharing of best practices. And of course, we would be happy to assist all government entities working on these issues to reach their counterparts in the United States to discuss the latest technologies in water resources management. That offer extends not just to our Turkish partners participating in the event today, but to those from countries across the region. In May, we worked with our colleagues at the U.S. Embassy in Tashkent, Uzbekistan, to organize a virtual event in which American companies presented on their irrigation technology solutions to an audience of Uzbekistani ministry officials and potential private sector buyers. This is just one example of our engagement in Uzbekistan, a market in which 26% of the labor force is concentrated in the agricultural sector. As our practices become more sustainable and efficient, so too will our ability to increase production to feed the world. Our goal is to increase adoption of cutting-edge agricultural technologies, specifically those focusing on water conservation, so that we create a greener world for future generations. I know that this is a vision that we share with all who have joined today. As you look to implement sustainable agricultural solutions, please think of the United States government and private sector as your partners. We stand ready to assist as you make connections to American firms eager to partner with you. And thank you again for the invitation to join you today.
Masada kimse yok. Ben başlasam mı? Ne dersiniz Mehmet Ali Bey?
Ya Cumhur Bey kalktı herhalde. Çeviri de olmadı ya. Levent Bey ben Cumhur Bey'e mesaj attım
Ha,
buradan.
yok geldi şimdi.
Çeviri geldi anlayamadım. Hiç çeviri oldu mu?
Çeviri oluyor başkanım.
Yes, the interpretation is ongoing. The interpretation is ongoing.
Dil seçmek, dil
You had to choose the interpretation channel 1 in order to listen to the interpretation. Why? Because there are two different options in the languages of Turkish and English. Yeah, it's over. Nothing to do. We weren't informed of that. So that's okay, no problem. Okay, now the floor is Levent Bey's. Yes, the floor is yours, Levent Bey. First of all, I'd like to thank all of you for your invitation. Yeah, I really love İZMİR. Many times in a year I'm going to İZMİR, and also I'm working together with all the municipalities in İZMİR. Yeah, they are giving more importance to science when compared to other municipalities. So therefore, yeah, I have a better relationship with İZMİR, I can say. But up to now, from the presentations so far, I will talk a little bit differently. I'm gonna look at the situation from the point of view of an academician. Unfortunately, from this point of view, we are not in a bright level, and we are not going to bright levels. For the business world, what we need to say is, for example, if we turn back to 20 years ago, to 2002. I'm not going to talk in terms of the political views, don't worry about that. But, for example, in the world, let's count some names of the biggest 10 firms. What are these firms? And now look at these biggest 10 firms in 2022. What are these firms now? For example, the biggest terms now that you keep in mind, nearly very few of them were at the same point 20 years ago. So there are really very important signals that we need to take. For example, if you would like to continue your business and if you would like to become a bigger firm, you cannot continue your lifestyle in this manner. Why? Because your current lifestyle is not sustainable. Almost in every sector, whatever you do, you are in trouble with sustainability. But as Canan Hanım mentioned, in the European Union or in our relations with the USA, I'm not talking about those. That didn't used to be Google in 2002. We really didn't hear about Amazon or Alibaba. So all of those are the signals that a new trend in economy will be appearing. So we really need to prepare ourselves within this regard. So in terms of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, tells us that to which direction we need to proceed. It tells us to which direction we need to go. And also the first work started in the year 2012. I've been working in United Nations since 2012, but in the first place, in 2012, what were the goals? And now 10 years later, unfortunately, we are really behind those sustainable development goals. So we're always mentioning those sustainable development goals. We just try to define those goals. That's the only thing that we are doing, unfortunately. So when we are talking about sustainability, everyone is just trying to define it himself. But if you look at those 17 goals, one by one, those goals provide us a wide range of spectrum. These are all very detailed things. We really need to work in a very extensive way. And unfortunately, in Turkey, when you are told to explain what those sustainable development goals are, when you are asked what to do about those goals in closed doors, generally the beginning point is that yeah, that these 17 sustainable goals are too many, we say. Let's choose a few of them and let's deal with those. But the world is not such a place. So you really need to work on every single sustainable development goal here. Mehmet Ali Bey has said something at the beginning. We are making people eat cheaper products. That's correct. They are eating or they are able to buy only cheaper products. But the farmer is not pleased about this. For example, how many villagers or how many farmers want their sons to become farmers? They don't want their kids to become farmers. If they don't want it, this means that today's current agricultural system is not sustainable. It poses a problem here. When we are looking at farming or agriculture, we talk about soil, precipitation, fertilizer, pesticides, but we are not talking much about farmers. Why? Because the farmers are not happy in their lives. As Atatürk mentioned, villagers are the masters of our nation. Because if they do not grow, we starve. This is just that simple. Because it cannot develop itself. We really need a wide range of system. And we really need to be hand in hand to develop. But unfortunately, we have dreadful mistakes. I want to give you some examples here. For example, in the Black Sea region, in the western or central Black Sea region, in this region, one of the most important exported product is hazelnut. I'm searching what is being done in the production of hazelnuts in the Black Sea region. There are two big firms from Europe. They're really big firms. And they come to those firms. And if you want to export these products to European Union, we really need to become familiar with what is going on here. Yeah, we really want to get data about the footprint here, environmental footprint here. So they have spent their whole year in the gardens. And we started this work in September 2021, and 1 year passed. And we really followed or monitored what the villagers has been doing and how much gasoline they consumed, what kind of pesticides they have used, what kind of fertilizers they have been using. Every single data is searched and monitored by our side up to this time. But it's really very hard to talk on those issues to farmers because they do not understand. They don't understand this need. And also, as Canan Hanım mentioned, that is the important problem. Why? Because when you go to the European Union, where is the carbon footprint? Where is the chemical footprint? What fertilizer did you use? Yeah, our farmers really didn't become familiar with it at all. We really need to explain this to farmers. This is the important problem that we have. While talking to farmers, we say to our farmers, you use this kind of chemical, but if you use this chemical, unfortunately, you cannot export this product to European Union. Why? Because it is not permitted. But he says, I don't know. I look at the list in the ministry and they let, he said. But in the legislation, we are trying to become more compatible. But within this regard, the situation is really so confusing. And also, secondly, within this world of sustainability in agriculture, we have a very important problem. That is the climate. And also there are some other environmental problems, some harmful organisms, etc., etc. But that's all related to climate. And I'm going to talk about specifically on hazelnuts. So far, in all Black Sea region, we have got the map of the whole Black Sea region. Where can we grow hazelnuts? And in some unexpected regions, we can get really a good record of harvest. Yeah, that is not only in Ordu and Giresun, also in Sakarya, in Düzce. Yeah, we have really a great record of harvest in hazelnut. So this shows us that if we want to continue producing in the future, then you can't continue with the past models. Whatever you do now, you really need to adapt the conditions of the future. For example, in dried grapes. And I also passed that region. Manisa is the leading city in Turkey. But when you get off your car, especially during August, the weather is too hot in August. Within this week, we published an article, what future is waiting for grapes, because there are some risks depending on climate, because we will be facing very challenging times as the country in terms of agricultural production. That is the topic that I'm familiar with. I am familiar with hazelnuts. You can grow hazelnuts below 700 meters. And the important part of this hazelnut became frozen in the central part of Black Sea region. But if it is above 700 meters, they could survive. So where could you grow grapes? Maybe 20 years later you can grow grapes in Balıkesir region. So starting from today, you really need to adapt your life already for the future's approaches if you want the industries to survive in the future. And also another example, in 2007 we went to Malatya region, and also the conditions of climate are not letting you to grow apricots. You really need to keep and also protect the production of apricots. Maybe you will move further to the north, but they don't like this idea, and I had to flee from this region. I went to the same region in 2013. I met with the mayor, and he gave me a pack of dried apricots, and then I turned back to Istanbul. And also in 2019, 2 million trees of apricots were cut, unfortunately. But the underlying reasons are all clear. Nothing changes. But something changes at the same time, but we need to adapt to those changes. So that is the soil that have been disrupted. But in the last 10,000 years, we already know that our soil is getting more and more used, and it's becoming more worn out. So inside those chemicals, we are not able to find the elements in those chemicals anymore. For example, there is a fertilizer named NPK. So you can easily find nitrogen, but you can easily find potassium, because this is a mineral. And those mineral resources are becoming depleted throughout the world. Maybe 20 or 30 years later, we won't be able to find this potassium. And also its price will become 10 times as much as it is today. So today, we need to, if you can take your precautions already, then you can survive in terms of sustainability. So therefore, in terms of sustainability, in terms of trade, rather than focusing what the UN or the United States or China says, you should more focus on your work. If you would like to transmit this knowledge to the next generations, to your descendants, then you really need to work on this. Because the world will change when the time for your descendants come. I want to give you another example from Turkey. For example, 2 years ago, we really didn't hear about the word that word. We really didn't hear about the word mucilage 2 years ago. But now We hear always about this word. So the main reason behind this is the extensive use of fertilizer. Why? Because our farmers do not know exactly what fertilizers to use. And there was also unexpected rainfall, and also after a very short time that our villagers applied some fertilizers on his field, there was an extensive rate of rainfalls, and then we happened to see the mucilage problem. And also last year we had wildfires throughout our country. There were two main reasons behind this. The main reason was that the haphazard actions of the human beings, but at the same time the climate was too hot. And do we know that the southern part of Turkey will be cooler from now on? No, it won't. I was in Denizli on Monday, and also in this region involving İZMİR. So we were talking together with the foundation providing electricity for this region, and we talked about the deterioration in terms of climate change, and also that change might cause wildfires. So how can we prevent this in the future? Okay, we already have a problem, but the problem will be much bigger in the future. So we really need to foresee it beforehand, and we need to take our precautions. And also the firm generating electricity says, I have more than 20 dams generating electricity. So for industry we need energy. If we can generate electricity 50% by renewable energies involving water, and also the other 50% coming from the coal side, or petroleum or natural gas side. So this petroleum, coal or natural gas amount needs to be reduced in terms of sustainability. Why? Because it gives so much harm to the world. But secondly, also their price will increase. Why? Because the resources are becoming limited. So therefore, in our later lives, future lives, throughout the business world, so the safety of energy is the most precious thing. So as much as possible, we need to use the renewable energy sources. We should depend on renewable resources if we want to be more sustainable. And those renewable resources are not sufficient for Turkey. For example, there is Dalaman River in the Aegean region, and on this Dalaman River there are 5 different dams. The police don't count on those dams, I said. Why? Because keeping water inside is becoming harder. In the southern part of the Aegean region and also in the western side of the Mediterranean, there are really bigger problems. Why? Because the water resources are becoming less. And also, we have a dam that provides all the drinkable water for İZMİR. And also in the northern side of this dam, 4 years ago, if I'm not mistaken, it was all burnt. What about the quality of that drinkable water, drinking water of İZMİR? So, yeah, it poses a risk for the future. We must really regard this as a risk and also a threat for the future, and we really need to count how we can recover from those risks. In Çukurova, there has been an interesting work. Yeah, because the temperatures are rising and precipitation falls, they are really facing challenges in terms of producing diverse products. And the named there's a different fruit like dragon fruit. So I haven't heard this name before. Yeah, it's very interesting nowadays to hear this fruit. But in order to grow this, we really need to work your lesson so much. For example, in İZMİR Iron and Steel Industry, yeah, they are going to establish a new facility as well as the current one. There's going to be another one, and I also went to this facility in order to make an assessment on the climate. And when I went there, the temperature was 38 degrees outside, and in 20 years later, the temperature will be 42 degrees. And I ask you the question, will the workers be able to work outside? So you really need to think of those problems. So you really need to foresee the risks, and against the risks, you really need to plan what can be done in the future to solve the problems. How can you be the Tesla, Amazon, or Alibaba as a firm in the future? But more importantly, we shouldn't stay in hunger. So I say this, and I conclude my speech by saying this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You have touched upon really important topics. Thank you for your contribution, dear participants, dear viewers. We have had 4 panelists and we have finished on time. And thank you for their participation, for your participation. Thank you. And for the people who are viewing us, who are watching us, and I hope it was informing for you as well and informative for you. And thank you, and I wish you a good day and healthy days. Thank you very much. He also worked on the in vivo applications. The real life is carried into the controlled real life lab environment. He worked on this, so his works included that. And he introduced this to students in different worlds, in different parts of the world, to students, to academicians, and to other members of the academia. And Professor Dr. Okan Tuna has had publications on logistics and supply chain. He is also Technology Development Center, R&D Center, Research Institute. He is the founding partner of the company that has been working with the center. Okay, so dear Professor, what has happened? So, since last year, and what has happened? All right, I think you can hear me. Yeah, nothing has happened to us. I mean, we are in the normal flow, the usual flow, but these are all cycles, and when you look at the situation, the world is going to have this cycle or not. And what's happening today, in fact, showed us the signs of what's going to happen. And let me have an approach, a macro approach, and a taxonomic approach. Since 90s, the globalization has become our keyword. And in 1990s, that keyword has brought us a brand new supply chain understanding. And for 30 years, I have been telling to my students, in fact, the concept of supply chain has still been going on. Still, with the 2030s, the supply chain structures will start to change. And we started to see the signs of it like 5 years ago. For example, what was the supply chain starting with 90s? It was based on efficiency. What was it? We wanted to decrease the costs. How are you going to do that? You are going to find producers or manufacturers in other markets and make them produce and then sell those products. So when you look at the USA, there are deregulations and container transportation and scale economy has emerged. So produce them in China with low cost and then transport it very quickly, and not for all the food. When you look at the world brands, it was the main trend, like Apple or other brands. So the supply chains were based on the efficiency. It was a good structure, of course. Yeah, we are teaching that, and they are still valid. For example, keeping the stock. Why? We did not have that. Why? Because we relied on our supplier. And politically, geopolitical, and geographical structure made it possible for us. But the world, by last year, I would say, first time, $9 trillion stock keeping started for supply chain. It's in fact a disaster that we are talking about, I mean, the supply chain that we're talking about. Why? Because the globalization brought this structure, and also some political changes, some aspects changed in policy making and politics. So different structures have emerged. How did we see the signs of it 5 years ago with the government, Trump government in USA? They put some tariffs to China. And also there were some other indications and indicators like unexpected events. In 2011, there was the earthquake of Toku, and with Toku, the earthquake, with Thailand, there was the disruptions in automotive sector. So there were some signs telling us that be ready for political instability, and they're going to create some challenges, and there are going to be some unexpected things. What happened? COVID. Yeah, if COVID did not happen, something else would emerge. And before that, we did see the signs in the world, and we did not expect them, but everything happened. I mean, the ports have closed, and China had different practices, and other countries had different practices. And with this, so the globalization brought some supply chains based on abundance, but now we had new structures. In the past, maybe it's still going on, but 5 years ago, the facilities had the policy of one supplier, but they started to have more than one supplier, like dual suppliers. Or in the past, the offshore production, they were very ambitious or enthusiastic about that, but they started to have the products, if possible, from local producers. So the globalization, instead of globalization, I would say, is it going to be a globalization or a more reliable system? So we are trying to look at the situation like this. Alongside with COVID, we have seen the Russia and Ukrainian war as well, but it's a cycle. In 1990s, we had a super period. We learned many good things, and those things taught us how to give good reactions as well. And we are going to be going on learning. And within the new structures, especially about this grain corridor and about the war, I'm going to be giving some examples as well. So, but the things that we learned will be used in the new structure. But the change has not happened yet, but with 2030s in supply chains, it's going to be more introverted, built on trust, and trying to foresee the unexpected situations. There are going to be different strategies going on with that. And yes, so 1 year you have summed up, maybe started with 90s. Clearly, you summarized it. Thank you very much. Another question I have, that's going to be, is everyone aware that the supply chain, they have the role of disruption of the supply chain? Because the East was the production center and the West is the consumption center, and the container transportation as an important actor in shipping. Within this period, about the freights, when we think of the freights, so have they understood that they are harming themselves? So the structure of supply chain, in fact, is a network. Let's remember this. Within this network, in one of the links of the network, if there is a mistake made, then of course it affects all the chain. I don't know if they are aware of that, but if you do not experience it, you may not be aware of that. And short-term opportunism is, of course, in the nature of the business. But for example, 1 year for me is a short term, but 2030, I'm underlining it because it's going to be a new teaching of supply chain, and many facilities, many companies will have to learn what you have already mentioned, because if I make mistakes, maybe, I mean, if I earn today, if I do this, I will earn, but if it turns into a zero-sum gain, then it would be nobody's gain. So, and everyone should be aware of that. So 2030, you mentioned that it's something of a turning point. So is it the time that the carbon zero period will be in effect? Is that correct? So I think it's going to direct the future. The mic is off. So zero emission and zero hunger. Yeah, it's going to be a period of like that. You know, we have to be ready for that. We have to be prepared for that. So we need to react quickly, because since 90s, the companies have learned to to react quickly. So I'm happy. All right, so you're hopeful. Okay. And being prepared is very important. But the logistics, the history of logistics, or the future of logistics will be written again, right? Not only regarding logistics, but all the supply chain, every link of the chain is going to be very important. Now, yeah, the supply chain has been disrupted. We said that, and there has been some work going on, and they're trying to bring it from east to the center, because they have looked at the situation and they have seen that working with only one country or one company has disadvantages, and they are, I think, coming towards us and our importers and exporters. So are they having the advantages of this shift, exporters and importers? And remember that 50% of our exports is to Europe. So did they miss the advantage? No, they haven't, because of the geographical location of Turkey. Logistically, Turkey is an important country, and I believe that. So we haven't missed this opportunity, this chance. But the new structure that I'm mentioning is going to be a trend for production in closer countries, and Turkey is becoming more prominent. And we are going to see the reflections of it in short time. And Turkey will be taking its own share from this new structure, so I'm really positive about that. And at the same time, the reasons that we mentioned, Turkey is becoming more important, and also the Russian and Ukrainian war. And I know clearly that many European firms founded in Ukraine are becoming to be firms of Turkey, so they are transferring their companies to Turkey. And yes, pandemic, we thought that it's over, but yeah, there are some, of course, waves, and there are some quarantines in China, as far as I know, but we got relaxed a little bit, and then the war started. And of course, it has its own positive and negative impacts on us. And logistically, what are the positive and negative effects of the war? And then we're going to go into that grain part. Positive and negative. In fact, I mean, for shipping sector, let me mention that the world has seen that in shipping, I mean, they have seen that shipment is really important. Shipping is really important. And for example, alternative routes, they're trying to create, some countries are trying to create new routes. For example, using rail over the Nube River, they try to transport the grain. But once again, the world has seen that 80-ton ship should be transported by like thousands of lorries. And if you look at the shipping and the Black Sea ports, the people have seen the importance of the ports of Black Sea. And the negative effect, if we look at the situation, another reality has been seen. This is, I mean, in these kinds of meetings, I'm sure it has been talked about, but so it's not only Russia and Ukraine war, it's not only a grain problem, it's a food supply problem. So there's a reality, and I'm trying to underline that. 888 million people go to bed as hungry. And there is a hunger in a group of people. There is also hunger at the level of nearly death. So this is, let's assess that as positive. I'm not meaning that people go to bed as hungry, but we have seen this dimension as well. With this crisis, we, especially Russia and Ukraine, in the food production in the world, agricultural production world, they are like the powerhouses, and especially wheat. And with the crisis going on, it has impacted us and the world. In February and March, some basic foods, the prices of them have gone up. And these increases really scared people. But before coming to this meeting, I looked at some figures. For example, it has been a 6-month problem, and in February, March, there was a sudden increase, sharp increase. But by last week, the grain prices or some basic foods, the prices before the war, even the prices went down like the prices before the war.
But we weren't afraid of the result. Yeah, I mean, would we feel it on the shelf? No, we won't. Why? Because there is really a problem of inflation in Turkey and all around the world, and also because of this effect, the prices will increase, of course. But to the prices of grain or to other products, it didn't really have a major effect, or whether it will have or not, we will see. But when compared to pre-war prices, yeah, it was as the same prices as the pre-war period. Yeah, approximately 1 million ton of grains were transferred or were shipped, and also the number of ships were 122, and the process is still ongoing. But what I caught in your presentation is that, for example, the grain from the Black Sea region, I mean, when we look at the final destinations of this, we can't see many African countries. Is there a specific reason for this? Is it because of a logistics problem, or the turn is not for the African countries, or they want to keep the 25 million tons of grains in their side? Yes, of course, there are some reasons underlying. Of course, in developed countries within themselves, yeah, they act a little bit in a more selfish manner. But apart from this, there is also another reality that, together with my doctorate student, last year we were studying on a doctorate thesis, and it was on this topic. Yeah, those were the important topics, and also we already knew that these topics were of great importance, and we were preparing a doctorate thesis together with Ebru Hanım about the waste in food. And there's a reality, yeah, those issues are interrelated, and also it's also interrelated with Africa as well. And also in those panels, most probably those topics were mentioned. But 1.6 billion tons of food is being wasted, not only in the developed countries, but also in the developing countries. And also $1.2 trillion $1.2 trillion is being wasted. And also another thing I would like to say is, together with the waste of foods, there's a high amount of carbon emissions. Also, it has another burden on it. And another thing is that it should not continue. Why? Because those figures will increase. And also to 2015, in order to feed people, at least we need to increase it by 30%, and at maximum we need to increase it 70%. Now come back to Africa, because we are not managing this process well. Yeah, in terms of developed countries, we need to ask the question to ourselves, or we might be in the manner of keeping it for ourselves. So that's why the transfer or the shipment to those African countries is not ongoing. So there is a vicious circle here. So at the beginning, I said that we created some brands like Ford, like Airbus, like Apple, but still the problem hasn't been solved in the world. And also there's a surplus of 2 million tons in Ukraine, and also in 2022 and in 2023 in both Russia and Ukraine, it's expected a high amount of really record of harvest. But if there isn't a storage there, then 2 million tons will be wasted. So in reality, we came here to talk about logistics, but yeah, we are now in some different topics. Yeah, these are also very important. So that's why in this opening of this grain corridor, we really need to thank those people who have supported the opening of this corridor of grain. By this way, the products in storehouses are put in the market by this way, and also new products will come to the market as well. And also we have another topic. But in order to have those grains, we of course need some fertilizers. And also Russia and Ukraine are really very efficient, very effective in those areas. The question here is that this spectrum of products, will it be more? Yeah, I think yes. The diversity of those products will be increased, I mean, in the future. But those countries if they are able to produce well, more than expected, yeah, I think this situation can continue. So this is a more positive point of view, I can say. Yeah, but we'll see that. So because of our geographical proximity, because we share Black Sea together with those two other countries, Russia and Ukraine, and also in terms of the geographical location of Turkey, for food supply, we are a very important center. We already know this, and also we should try to make it a more sustainable center in terms of food supply. I believe this, and also there are so different interesting topics, and also some ships are still waiting in the ports of Ukraine, but those ships are not suitable for shipping. There are some ferries or tankers, and they are just asking the question how they can flee from this country, from Ukraine, but they still continue being there. But yeah, they might be thinking that we can have the shipping of those grains, and then we can escape from this country. So my distinguished colleague, yeah, your presentation is really so fruitful, but we have another colleague, another presenter, and now I'll give the floor to Mr. Kenan Mamishol. Yeah, we have a duration of 1 hour, and also we finished already half an hour, and I'd like to mention the CV of Mr. Kenan Mamishol. He was born in 1983 in Russian Federation, and he finished his career, his education in Azerbaijan, and his master's degree he graduated from University of London, and also he became parts in some different parts of Azerbaijan, and also he has really high positions there, and also he knows Turkish, English, and also Russia, and also in the he's the head of infrastructure division, economy policy department, Ministry of Economy of Azerbaijan Republic. Welcome to İZMİR, I should say, first of all, Mr. Kenan Mamishol. Could you please turn on your volume, because we cannot hear you now, Mr. Mamishol. We can't hear you, Mr. Mamishol. We're not able to hear you. Now we can hear you. Welcome to İZMİR. Have you ever been to İZMİR, sir? Have you ever been to İZMİR?
I didn't have yet, but I hope I will be.
Oldu. Biz size şimdi hoş geldiniz diyoruz.
We say welcome to you.
Geçmişinizi sanıyorum herhalde pek sıkıntı yok değil mi? Doğru şeyler bulmuşuz.
Yeah, this is.
We really could find some proper things about your background, right?
Bilgi sisteminde değil. Duyuyor musunuz?
Can you hear me? Mr. Mamishol, could you please talk a little bit louder, sir? We can't hear you well.
The tax bodies of Azerbaijan Republic, but on the tariff price council of this republic. The tariff council regulates the state regulated prices, like Emra in Turkey.
Tamam, ben Türkçe devam
Other
edeceğim.
things are right. So.
Okay.
I will continue in Turkish. So as I hear, you are going to have a presentation. So first, please give us some information about the logistics in in the Caspian Sea. Then you're going to talk about some logistics in the Caspian Sea, I think, and then we can ask you some questions, sir, later on.
So I would like to thank all of organizers of this forum, as well as other speakers for a very interesting event. And I would like to say that we live in very challenging and at the same time a very interesting time. And I believe it is a good moment to revisit economic relations among the regional countries and find the common activity directions. So my speech or how to say my presentation will be about the logistic capabilities of the Caspian Sea. So can I share my screen, please?
Yes, please.
Evet.
So as I said, my presentation is about the logistic capabilities of the Caspian Sea, and it consists of the next headings like the Caspian Sea, international transport corridors, and Caspian Sea ports, and Port of Baku, Aktau Port, Kuri Port, and Turkmenbashi International Seaport. So, as you know, the Caspian Sea is the largest inland sea in the world, and it is encompassed with 5 resource-rich countries like Russia, Azerbaijan, Iran, Turkmenistan, and Kazakhstan. So total surface area of the Caspian Sea is 380,000 square kilometers, and the shore length of the sea is more than 6,000 kilometers. The maximum depth of the sea is more than 1,000 meters. So we can see that here the coastline lengths of the countries. You can see here the shortest coastline is of Russia, and is about 700 kilometers, and the longest coastline is of Kazakhstan with 2,320 kilometers. So the sea has an access, Caspian Sea doesn't have natural access to the oceans or other seas, but it has an access through the Volga-Don Canal to the Azov Sea and Black Sea, and from the Black Sea to the Mediterranean Sea, through the Bosphorus and Dardanelles, you know, and from there to the oceans. Caspian Sea is a very vital transport and logistic hub, and it links the Central Asia as well as the Far East to the Europe. You can see. So here you see some transport corridor maps. It is the East-West corridor map. So this map shows that the way links the China and Far East through the Central Asia and through Caspian Sea to Azerbaijan, and it links Central Asia and China to the Europe and Turkey through Georgia. And next map you see is the Trasekas map. This is a transport corridor map, European, links the Europe, Caucasus, and Asia. It is a similar map with the East-West map. So in this map, you can see the Lapis Lazuli route map. So Lapis Lazuli route links the Afghanistan to the Central Asia by the Turkmenistan, and through the Turkmenistan, to the Azerbaijan by Caspian Sea, and it goes to further to Turkey or to the Europe through Georgia and Black Sea. But right now, this route doesn't operate because of some political issues in Afghanistan. Well, in this map, you can see the main railway lines called Baku-Tbilisi-Kars. Baku-Tbilisi-Kars was established in 2017, and we have constructed and launched the railroad connecting Azerbaijan, Georgia, and Turkey. This complex and strategic project is a milestone of connection between China and Europe, passing through Caucasus region. And there was more than double growth in number of containers on BTUK in 2021 compared to the last year. And this reflects a strong potential even in times of very strong crisis like COVID-19. Well, in this map, you can see the south-west map. The southwest route links Iran and India with Europe through Azerbaijan and Turkey. This map also has some problems in all the political issues in Iran. And other map is the north-south map. North-south route links Finland and Russia to the Iran and India through Azerbaijan. In last year, there was a pilot project, and pilot train went from Finland to the India through this route. But after the political issues with Russia and Ukraine, Finland and Europe has closed its borders with Russia. And also here you see the new emerging corridor called Zangezur corridor. As you know, in 2020, Azerbaijan had a war with Armenia, and we have liberated our occupied territories from Armenia, and there emerged some opportunities. In the trilateral statement between Azerbaijan, Armenia, and Russia, there were stated that Armenia provides unhindered access of Azerbaijan to its part of Nakhchivan. And this access creates a new corridor called Zangezur corridor. So Zangezur corridor is a part of strategic transportation route that extends from Azerbaijan to the Turkish Kars provision, and it passes through Armenia. So rehabilitation of Horadiz-Julfa railway line connecting the main part of Azerbaijan with Nakhchivan. It creates new opportunities. So it links Azerbaijan and Iran, passing through the Julfa, Sofyan, and Tabriz railway. Also, it goes through Azerbaijan and Iran to the Turkey, passing the Julfa from Nakhchivan and Sofyan in Iran to the one in Turkey railways. Also, this corridor connects Azerbaijan to the Armenia. You know, in Soviet period, the main railway line to the Yerevan, the Armenia, passed through this corridor, Zangezur and Nakhchivan. So Zangezur corridor affects to the international corridors like north-south by connecting Russian and Iranian railways, and also affects the southwest corridor by creating a railway access from Iran through the Nakhchivan and Zangezur to the Black Sea ports of Georgia. And this restoration of the road connection with Nakhchivan through the territory of Armenia will improve the prospects of Nakhchivan's economy and its integration with the main part of our lands. Within the framework of West East Corridor, there is a prospect also of creating a new efficient route, especially Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Central Asian segment. Also, the formation of Turkey-Russia highway. Launch together corridors against that general agreement on multimodal transportation between all countries through the Caspian Sea will be reached in the near future. So here you can see the main ports of the Caspian Sea. They are called Baku Port, Aktau Port, Kurik Port here, and Turkmenbashi Port. The Caspian Sea relies on a network of seaports to keep goods and people moving throughout this region. So from the Baku to Aktau, the length is about 300 nautical miles. And also from Baku to Kurik is about 244 miles. And to the Turkmenbashi is 180 miles. And from Baku to these ports lasts about 15 to the 25 hours. Well, here you can see the port of Baku. So Azerbaijan.
Ve burada Bakü limanını görüyorsunuz.
Seaport of the Caspian Sea in Alat region of Baku, Alat settlement of Baku. This important port on the Caspian Sea is already improving the Caspian Sea transit by providing modern and speedy services to transport companies and cargo owners as well. So we continue to work on both bringing in new volumes of cargo and developing the value-added services and production in the port zone. Alat possesses the best Caspian region through the rail, highway, and port. So the international airport is less than 100 kilometers away, and the port is located in the area with developing industrial and warehousing infrastructure. This port is also called Baku International Sea Trade Port, which has been established in 2015 by the decree of the President of Azerbaijan on 18th March. But historically, it was built in 1902 and considered to be the maritime gateway to Azerbaijan. So here you can see the indicators of this port. The total cargo throughput of this port is 15 million tons in a year, and including the 100,000 TEU container throughput capacity. The total area of this port is 400 hectares. And the number of berths in this port is 13. And open storage area is 56,000 square meters. Warehouses is 10,000 square meters. This port has been built by two phases. The first phase is completed, and as we said, its capacity is 15 million tons, including 100,000 TEU containers. And in the next phase, so in the second phase, there's expected to build two additional terminals. They are the container terminals and the fertilizer terminals. And also the grain terminal is in assessment period. And if it will be the cost effective, the grain terminal can also be built there. And after the completion of second phase, the total capacity of this port will increase to the 25 million tons of general cargo, including 500,000 TEU containers. You can see here the main statistics of the Alat Baku port. The total cargo throughput in last year was 5.5 or 5.6 million tons, and it was increased through the 3 years. You can see that the main part of the cargo was the transit cargos, and also there were 1 million dry cargo and more than 1 million tons of oil and oil products, and also cargos, more than about 4,000 tons was throughput from there. Well, here you can see the Azerbaijan Caspian Shipping Company's indicators. It is also called ASCO. So ASCO plays a connecting role in the transport corridor, Europe, Caucasus, Asia, called TRASECA. So it provides maritime transportation of goods and passengers along the Trans-Caspian Sea, as well as provides offshore support service for oil and gas operations. So here you can see the main merchant fleet of the ASCO. It has 54 vessels, merchant vessels, 20 of them oil tankers, and it has 13 ferries and 15 universal dry cargo vessels, 2 ro-ro ships and 2 ro-pax ships. Well, we can also talk about the Central Asian ports. The first port is Aktau port of Kazakhstan. It is located on the northeast coast of the Caspian Sea at the intersection of several international transport corridors, and provides the transportation of dry cargo, crude oil, oil products from east to west, from north to south as well, and the back direction. The port opportunities is a full year of navigation, and it is situated on non-freezing water in winters, and your schedule is full day, and cargo nomenclature are oil, metal, grain, and cargo transported by railway ferries. It is total throughput is 17 million tons. And open area is about 800 square meters. Covered transit area of warehouses is 200 square meters, and it has 11 berths. Also, it can process 9 vessels simultaneously. Here is Kurik Seaport, also of Kazakhstan. It is also located on the northeast coast near the Aktau port. It is a natural bay south of Aktau port, which provides favorable weather conditions for loading and unloading, particularly rail cars operations. Kurik focuses on shipment of grain, oil products, chemicals, fertilizers, and other types of products. The port is located at the intersection of east-west trade corridors and the north-south corridors linking India and Russia. It creates one of the fastest multimodal routes for cargo delivery. You can see the main indicators of Kurik port. It is total cargo throughput is expected to be 10 million tons by 2030. The total area is about 70 square meters, and transit area of warehouse is 2,000 square meters, and it has 4 berths, and the berth length is 466 meters. Here you can see the Turkmenbashi International Seaport. This seaport belongs to Turkmenistan and is the main passenger harbor and cargo port in Turkmenbashi city of Turkmenistan, and is located in the southeastern part of Caspian Sea. The regular line serves routes to Baku, Aktau, and Astrakhan of Russia. It's the largest seaport of Turkmenistan. The total capacity of Turkmenbashi seaport is 17 million tons of cargo. Total area is 150 hectares. Also, it has 42 crane and reloading equipment, and the capacity of simultaneously processed vessels is 17. Turkmenistan also has a sea commercial fleet joint stock company, which has 20 vessels. The main activities of merchant marine are water transportation of cargo, services for the transportation of passengers, vehicles, dry cargo, oil and oil products, as well as the provision of agency services. Thank you very much for listening. And that's all.
Sayın
Dear Kenan Mamishov, thank you very much. I think it was a very fulfilling presentation, I would say, and not only for Azerbaijan and its ports, but also, as we have mentioned, we have all the information about the Caspian Sea ports, the main ports on Caspian Sea, and the connection with Azerbaijan ports with other ports as well. I have a question for you, and Professor, if you have a question as well. In your opinion, Mr. Memishov, Baku, Tbilisi and Kars railway line, how do you see the function of it? Can it be increased? Because when I look at the Aktau port, or especially the Baku port, in fact, the containers handled, because there is no connection, so the land transportation is over Georgia. But can we develop this trade? What do you think?
Can I answer with Turkish? Türkçe danışsam duyuyor musunuz beni?
Can you hear me?
Teşekkür ederim.
Thank you.
Evet.
Yes. Baku-Tbilisi Kars Railway. It was built in 2017, and for all the countries connected at their level, the Georgia part of it, there has been some problems going on, and the bigger processes are going on. From Georgia, there is a part from Georgia, and after this is completed, this railway will be functioning completely, and it has already started the function. But after the Georgian part and the relations with Georgia, when the agreements are signed, it's going to function speedily. And the containers, the number of containers will be increased. And Baku-Tbilisi and Kars Railway, is connected with all the ports that you have mentioned, and the ships will be loaded and they can be transported to Mid-Asia. And so it's been a part of that region. Yes, thank you very much. I will comment on that like this. After the war between Russia and Ukraine, One Belt, One Road project started, and the northern corridor is nearly closed. And the middle corridor, Azerbaijan and Turkey corridor, is within the borders of Turkey and Azerbaijan, and this corridor is between Kars and Azerbaijan. So how can we develop it? So we should do our best to develop it, to make use of it in a better way, and it's going to be useful for all the world. And I'm curious, this Baku, Tbilisi and Kars, I can hear you, right. Yes, this is very important. Your comments, your views are really important, your opinions. And we have been talking about that, and we're waiting for it to finish. So do you have a projection on that? Prediction? A timing? A timeline? Yes. Yes, about that. Yeah, there is some processes being done with Georgia and Azerbaijan. The discussions are going on. I cannot give you a certain date. However, maybe in 1 or 2 years, I think it's going to finish. It's going to complete, and it will function fully. Baku, Tbilisi, Kars, not on that, but the customs procedures should be also simplified and should be standardized, because the common corridor is going through some countries, and the eastern corridor is, for example, Kazakhstan, Russia, Belarus. They are in the same economic union, and they have the same standards, and they have their customs. So in the north, it is like that. But the Mid-Asia and Azerbaijan, Turkey, they have different standards. The custom standards are different. So there can be some challenges, some delays. And we are working on that with Turkish countries, union, the Mid-Asia countries, if they have their customs union standards, if they make them all together the same, if they make them common, then it's going to, in a very short time, from Mid-Asia or from China, only one customs declaration will be enough, and the goods will be transported directly to Turkey. And yeah, you are giving us really happy news. Yes, we are very hopeful, in fact, and it's really promising for us. And Turkey is very willing, and Mid-Asia countries are willing as well. And Baku, Tiflis, Zengezur corridor is also should be included, is important. And until Nahçıvan, we have a railway, we have an alternative railway. And from Kars in Turkey to Dilucu, Turkey is also planning to build a railway. I don't know when they're going to construct that, but with motorway, at least with highway, it's going to be possible. Until the railway is completed from Nahçıvan to Turkey, there is a corridor, there is a transit road. Yes, they can be connected. Thank you very much. So the Silk Road, the historic Silk Road, the project of that Silk Road, Turkey couldn't find what it was expecting from that, but with Azerbaijan and Turkey, with Georgia, I hope in this middle corridor we will have it shows that we still exist within this project. And I hope in a very short time everything will be realized. And especially in Kars, the logistics warehouse construction took a long time, but I know that it's completed. So on this side, we are ready as well. So what we are going to do, we hope to see you in Turkey another time, and you are always welcome. Thank you, and thank you to all the participants for listening to us. And in the auspices of İzmir Metropolitan Municipality, this İZMİR Business Days has been realized within the scope of İZMİR International Fair. And thank you for your participation from Azerbaijan. And our professor, thank you very much. And I hope we will be all together next year as well. Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation.